Good morning, traders. Today is Wednesday, May 26th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. Okay, well, the overnight inventory is balanced. Okay, the market is opening inside the previous day's range. I'm going to lose the image here for a second while the data loads. So we're opening inside the previous day's range, and we're opening inside the previous day's value area. So that increases the odds that the market is going to need to chop this morning. It's going to need to just grind up and down. Okay, so I won't be looking for any trades first thing in the morning here. I'll be letting the market settle itself a little bit. The overnight inventory was balanced. Got to wait for it to pop up before I can go into that. The internals are opening bullish, but we'll give them a few minutes to settle. Okay, so yesterday's range, what happened yesterday? We opened up here at higher prices. Okay, the market pulled down. It spent the day balancing in this lower range down here where you see the value area. It pushed lower towards the end of the day, trying to get new lows, found support before completely backfilling the single prints from Monday. And then it pushed back up into range for the end of the day. So the overnight market, where's their opening price? Down here. So the overnight market was 100% net long, but they pulled back down. They did their own counter auction at the end of the day, right before opening price. So the market opened this morning for us just a few bucks above where we had the POC from yesterday. Okay, so this just means the market isn't done rotating. We've talked about this so many times on the channel before. When you create excess, when you break out of a previous balancing area and you create a bunch of excess that pushes you to the upside, the excess being all the single prints that we have here, the market often needs to take, or always needs to take time to balance that off. Okay, it needs to absorb the shock of that move. And so the way it can do it, the price can either pull back down, and you can absorb the shock by the price coming back down to the start of where it exploded higher, or you can just spend a bunch of time at higher prices. When you spend a bunch of time at higher prices, we call that a market that's in balance. Okay? What markets that are in balance often do, they trade to the upper end of the balance, they find resistance, then they trade back down to the lower end of the balance. Okay? So that is what I feel like we are setting ourselves up for, because we had the 2 nights in a row where the overnight was basically just balancing. Okay? So to me, that increases the odds that today will likely just be rotational and will stay within yesterday's range. Okay? As far as signals to look for, if we can get above where we have this weak G period high from yesterday, which you can see just runs right along the axis of this prominent POC from the overnight. So the prominent POC, that's going to be like a magnet that wants to pull the price to it, right? But then once price gets here, once it repairs the weak G period high that we left behind yesterday, then it could act as resistance, right? This like sort of 45-degree angle that we got going down here, that's where the sellers were stepping in. So the sellers were pushing it lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. And you see that it's a process of them spending enough time to keep holding down the price. So if we push our way back up into that, there'll be some resistance in there. So to my mind, getting above the overnight value area, this blue shaded in box here, okay, getting above that area, which is just sort of the end of where this 45-degree angle kind of ends at, that would be very bullish for further upside continuation. And I'd be watching yesterday's high as the next resistance. As far as to the downside, pretty much it's just getting below yesterday's low. I would expect further downside continuation. But anything inside of this range, basically from, let's call it the value area high of the overnight, so 4,200-ish, that area, down to the low of yesterday, I expect if we stay in there, we're just going to rotate. We're just going to push up and down. Okay. So probably going to be a little slow morning here while the market figures itself out. All right. Good morning, Phoenix. Good to see you. Good morning, Philip. Welcome back. Carlos is with us. Good morning to you. Cine Matt is here. Good to see you, brother. Welcome. Stanley is here. Good morning to you. RK Leon, good morning to you. Jason is with us. Good morning. Design Knob is back. Good to see you. Annis is here. Good morning to you as well. Element is back. Good to see you, brother. Welcome. Marco, good morning to you. Diamond, welcome. Jose is back. Good to see you. Jamie is with us. Good to see you as well. Arthur is with us again. Good to see you. Jeff is back with us. Good morning, Jeff. NOR from Norway. Good to see you, brother. Alex, the Russell's taking a moonshot, huh? Oh man, I haven't even opened my trading view chart yet today. Yes, sir. It's pushing. But it looks like its overnight was weaker. The Russell's overnight, they pulled back and then they pulled higher and just rotated flat. So they've got a little more negative pressure that they can counteract here. Design Knob. Yes, sir. That's how it works. I get up super early, and then at 1 p.m., my day is done. And so I've got the rest of the afternoon to just chill out back and relax all cool, and I'll shoot some b-ball outside of the school. Naif is here. Good to see you, brother. Asif is back. Scott is with us. Good morning, Scott. Paul is here. Paul, your wisdom is absorbed, is recognized, and is appreciated. Yeah, if you're a position trader who goes for 90-point moves or whatever Paul targets, probably today will be rotational. You might not get your chance, right? You might just have to sit back and observe the market and try to get a better grasp of what's going on before you make your next big trade. Rocky is back. Good to see you, brother. Welcome. John is with us. Good morning to you. I don't get the reference. What was the Elvis is in the building? Is there somebody named Elvis in the chat I missed? Oh my God, Paul! It's 3 a.m. where you are. That's insane. There's absolutely nothing irrational about me getting up at 5 a.m. But 3 a.m. That's crazy. You crazy. Scott's back with us. Good to see you, Scott. Rob back with us. Good to see you, brother. Welcome. Isildur, hello to you as well. Thank you. It's a market profile chart. Shane, good morning to you. Yeah, I must have missed that person's name. I guess Elvis is in the building. Welcome, Elvis. I used to have a great Elvis impression, but I haven't done it in years. Oh, hey there, little lady. No, I can't do it. Can't get back into it. I need to watch a clip of him first. I'm all shook up. Oh. Hey there, little darling. Fighter jets, boats, and heavy cocktails. Sounds like a party, Scott. Good times. Okay, so the market should start finding support right around this node of volume from yesterday, which is, of course, where the overnight market found support. Or they didn't really find support. They just opened there and went straight up. So let's see, does the regular trading hours find support here? If so, expect more rotation, more chop. Looks like you're right, Brian. They're pumping GME again. Good old GameStop. What's that expression that Jim Dalton uses? Traders will do what works until it doesn't. Wow. They don't learn. They don't learn. And you have to know by this point, it's pure greed, right? It's like the people who, it's either total suckers who got eaten alive in this pump or got eaten alive in this pump who are trying to make up for it, or it's just new greed that wants to pile on. Fascinating. All right, so we're starting to push through this node of volume. That to me is slightly bearish. It could mean the market is starting to pick a direction for the morning. Internals look like they're starting to trend down, although they are all above the zero line, so they're not bearish. Yeah, I mean, I think the sad truth is this is the new normal, right? These pump and dump schemes are going to become the norm until new regulations are made, because there's no way to stop people from going on the internet and talking to one another, you know? So if all you have to do is post one tweet, if all you have to do is post one Reddit thread, and you can tell hundreds of thousands of people where to put their money, pumpers will pump, and then they'll dump. Suckers will get suckered, and then they'll fall for it again. Where it'll get interesting is how does Wall Street, I mean, obviously whatever they're doing now, whatever they're going to do, they're doing now. But it'll be interesting to see how Wall Street is reacting to this, the pumping and dumping, because it's not healthy for them. You know what I mean? For the big players that are used to the market working a certain way, it is hurting them. So you got to wonder how they're going to fight against it. Are they going to try to get regulations going that make it illegal to pump and dump through Reddit and Twitter and stuff like that? Or are they just going to try to front run it? Are they going to try to build algorithms that can tell what's being pumped ahead of time, and then they jump on the trends? That will be interesting to see. By element, if you're saying looking bear, as in today is looking bearish, no, not to me. We got to get below yesterday's low before I start to feel bearish. Otherwise, it's just rotation, right? Like I said, when we start to develop a balancing area, the market can get stuck in a range for days at a time, and it usually just finds support around the same lows. and then finds resistance around the same highs. You kind of channel, right? You kind of like slowly make higher highs, lower lows, and kind of channel your way up. But you can definitely get stuck in a range. So to me, it will be more telling if yesterday's low doesn't hold, and then even more so if Monday's low doesn't hold. But as long as yesterday's low holds, I just assume we'll find support and then push back up. There's nothing crazy bearish in the internals here. The trend is down, but they're still above the zero line. We also still got these weak references above, which again, remember, are like magnets. They're kind of tugging at price a little tiny bit. And then that super prominent POC. Prominent POCs often get revisited as well. So that's kind of like another little magnet right there. Something to think about as the market is finding support at these lows. Scott, my favorite question. How do you know when it's finding support? There's no specific answer that I can give you, my friend. It's for me, it's just something that I sense just from having spent so long watching the profile. It's a combination of previous references, right? If it gets to a certain place that stands out to me as a previous reference, it's about the tempo, it's about the volume, the taper at the low. It's about what the internals are doing in that moment. It's about a lot of different things. So I can't give you a really like buttoned up simple answer to where the market finds support. But I can tell you, the market has found support if it pushes down and then pushes back up. And I know that seems like a stupid thing to say. Well, duh, of course it found support. But I'm saying learn to watch that, right? Watch very closely as the market pushes lower. I'm literally saying stare at this. Do not even break your eyes away from this. Watch it push lower. Watch how it bounces. And then when it pushes back up higher, say to yourself, okay, that was support. That's what support looks like. You just do that over and over for a couple of weeks, and you'll naturally just know when support is happening. Your brain will be like, oh, this looks like it's support. Like it's just a skill set. Pug Pack is back. Good to see you, brother. Welcome. Pug Pack, that has to be the most manly comment anyone's ever put in the chat. Was just spending some time on the Harley, but I broke my wrist. So I gotta just trade and make some money for a little bit. Marco, how about 4185? I assume you're asking why is there that random little node of volume sticking out there. It's just where we were doing a lot of trading yesterday, so it would make sense that we'd have some resistance and support at this same level where we had resistance and support yesterday. So I probably just got stuck there for a second when it was coming down, and then it probably got stuck there again a little bit on the way up. But all of this is in line with morning chop. It's just the market working itself out. I would say, though, the more time we spend below this node of volume, the more bearish I start to feel. We do want to push back up above this at some point here. Otherwise, we're increasing the odds. We're going to take out the low. All right, Scott. Good to see you, brother. Have a good day. Am's back with us. Good to see you as well. John's feeling FOMO. What stocks are you looking at, John, that are making you FOMO-y? Okay, so at this point, the market is starting to give us some new information. Okay? We've pulled below this node of volume where we did so much trading yesterday. Value is overlapping to lower. Overlapping to lower volume means either sideways or lower. And we're very close to creating one time framing down. Okay, so we're not there yet. We're still in morning chop mode, but we're starting to get the signals. They're starting to pile up that maybe the market wants to push lower today. So let's wait and see. Also, I missed it at the time, but it looks like after we pushed through the 20 moving average downwards, it was resistance above. Okay, so we're one time framing lower. Okay, so we got the trend going down in the internals. The ticks are starting to get below the 0 line. We're one time framing lower. Value is overlapping to lower. And we're about to break yesterday's low. So we are stacking up bearish signals here. Scott, I'm happy to be your friend. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I think a lot of times also when people teach market profile, they're using like old profiles. Like they're showing you like, okay, here's yesterday's profile and this is what happened and then this is what happened. And I do think there's also an advantage to watching it happen in real time. To saying, okay, look, we're one time framing lower, and then you watch throughout the day as the market keeps going lower. There's definitely some value to that. Streaming service, I use Streamlabs. Yeah, Jeff, that's the way it's starting to feel. We're doing business at lower levels than we did business yesterday. The POC, the point of control, which is what we call the fairest price to do business, is lower than yesterday. And the overall value of the market is overlapping to lower. So, yeah, if we break yesterday's low, we'll likely be targeting the low from Monday for sure. Maybe even more. All right. Yeah, looking at the NQ here. I mean, it is one time framing lower, but you're right. It's much less bearish because of the fact that the value is overlapping to higher, which is actually a neutral to bullish signal. So, yep, the NASDAQ is much stronger than the ES, but the ES looks to be finding support. I don't love this low. I don't like the taper on it. I don't like it. Is good excess, so it could technically be a good low, but I just don't trust it. I feel like the market needs to push down there once more. However, if we get back above this node, which will now likely act as resistance, expect the rotation back up to the opening price. Like I said, as long as yesterday's low holds, we're likely to just rotate. Unless we get above the overnight value area. Okay, so now we're getting into this node. Does it act as resistance? If so, expect another push down towards the low. If we can get through it, expect it to push all the way back up towards the opening price. $138 people watching, 41 likes. Smash that thumbs up for me if you don't mind, please. Really helps the algorithm to know to send people my way. It's a great way to support the channel. Speaking of supporting the channel, since the market's just kind of chopping away here this morning, this seems like as good a time as any to make a super duper killer crazy exciting announcement. Dun 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 dun. The anticipation is building. Dun dun. Pirate Traders has a website. It's official, guys. After almost a year of live streaming for free, I'm ready to find a way to monetize this and start making some money. Okay? So I've created a website. Feel free to check it out at your own leisure, piratetraders.io. And on there, you'll find some information about how we do things. You will also find there is now a private membership group. It's called the Pirate Traders Brigade. You can click on About Us and click down on here on this About the Brigade tab. Apparently give it an hour to load. do 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 do. So for $10 a month, you can sign up for a membership to the program. Okay. And then essentially what you're getting for signing up for the membership is you're getting some access to some stuff that isn't going to be available to the public. Now, I just wanted to take a second before anybody out there starts freaking out. Is that me? Yes, that's me on the cover of the other thing, of the homepage. So yeah, the member benefits, the first and most important thing is I'm going to stop doing the full day live streams here on YouTube. I'm still going to do them from time to time, probably like 1 or 2 days a week. I'll do the full day here on YouTube. But the rest of the time, I'm just going to do the first hour of trade here on YouTube. And then I'm going to switch over. So you'd have to be a member of the Brigade in order to get access to the full day of live streams. I'm always going to do the first hour for free, though, because I do want this to be a free resource. And I think that first hour of the day is the most important. So that's the plan there. I'm going to be creating a bunch of educational content. We've been talking about it for a long time. And I'm hoping now that I'll have the Brigade membership, I'll start getting some income coming in. I can use that money to pay for the cost of making the videos, right? I have to pay for graphics packages and music licenses and sound effects licenses and so on and so forth. So hopefully now that that I'll have some income coming in, I can reinvest that money into making some really awesome videos. Again, these aren't going to be like your regular YouTube type of videos where it's just a guy sitting in front of a camera. It's going to be like a really well-made a video content. You know, I would say if you're looking for the idea of what I'm going to do, check out Ray Dalio's video, How the Economic Machine Works. That's the type of content I want to create. So that's coming. Most of the free stuff will be available on YouTube for everyone, but there will be exclusive content just available for the brigade. Personal coaching. I'm also setting up a coaching service. I've had so many people over the last few months who are constantly reaching out to me over direct message on the social media platforms and asking for advice and stuff. So gonna create a system for that. The way I'm gonna do it, let me just click on, if you join the brigade, after you pay for it, and then you log in on my account up here on the left, you click on this brigade members only tab, and it takes you to a page that you can only get access to if you're in the brigade. Let me just quickly look at what the market's doing. Going nowhere. Perfect. So yeah, you get access to this page, and then this is where you can get into the Discord. From now on, there'll be no more free links to the Discord. You got to pay for the service. But once you pay for it one time, you get the Discord for life. Same thing with the newsletter. I'm going to start making a macro newsletter that's kind of about markets as a whole. And you just have to pay for 1 month, $10, and then you get it for life. But anyway, if you come down here to the coaching tab, I've come up with another idea. So I'm going to be doing coaching where I coach you, directly with me. But then I also came up with this idea that I think I can build into something epic. I think I can turn this into something really, really cool in the months and years to come. It's going to be a process, though. I have a feeling a lot of you are coming to the website right now since it's so slow. But it's this, I'm calling it the Member Match Peer Coaching. And the idea is I've created like a little survey. You would click right here on the sign up and then answer a bunch of questions. And the idea is I want to start connecting you guys with one another so that you can coach one another and support one another on like a day-to-day basis in a way that you wouldn't be able to get with me, where like I can't talk to everyone all the time when they're in a trade and they're stressed out. Just going to take a quick look at the market. Okay, still going nowhere. So it would be great. I think about it. If anybody here is familiar with Alcoholics Anonymous, when you get into Alcoholics Anonymous, one of the tools that they give you to be successful is a sponsor, right? You find somebody who's willing to sponsor you. And essentially, this is a person who you can turn to when you need guidance, when you need advice. If you're having a crazy moment, like right now at this moment, you're about to freak out and do something, you can call that person. That's essentially what I want the peer coaching to become. So it's not like you're trying to teach each other a system. It's not like I trade with this and let me teach you how to do it. No. It's not that kind of thing. It's more like emotional support and guidance and advice. Really, the number one thing is accountability, right? One big mistake that a lot of traders have is that it looks like I might lose the live stream here. My interweb is overwhelmed. One thing that traders have a problem with consistently, I find, is that they make mistakes, they do something wrong, and then they keep doing it over and over and over again. And so I feel like if you were talking to another person, so like let's say at the end of every day, you were to just jump on a quick phone call with somebody who's your peer coach, right? Or, your support system. And you were to say to them, hey, today I traded against the trend and I lost a bunch of money. They could be like, okay, cool. Well, let's not do that in the future. And you're like, great, cool. High five. And then you go your separate ways, right? Well, then the next day you call them up again. You go, hey, today was a good day trading, but I traded against the trend and I lost a bunch of money. Then they can be like, yo, motherfucker, what's the deal? Why are you doing that? Stop doing that. We talked about it, right? So having somebody to hold you accountable to consistent mistakes that you make over and over again can be extremely enlightening for traders. So this is one of the things I'm most excited about. The way it's going to work is you would just fill out a form, and then I'm going to just try to match people up as best I can. If a match doesn't work, if you don't like the other person, we'll just find you somebody else. So that's pretty cool. Also on the website, if anybody's looking to buy some swag, I have been working really hard designing a bunch of cool merch for the store. All merch in a dip, so you definitely want to buy that dip. But yeah, I got all sorts of different stuff in here. This is, of course, available to anybody. You just go to the merch tab, full store. I got stuff that's Pirate Traders themed. I got a bunch of crypto themed stuff. Got some cool different things. So there you go. The last 3 months of my life building this website, it's officially launched. It's out there. It's in the world. Enjoy. Okay, so we pushed above the 20 moving average here, and that is, bullish. But again, just fits the narrative that the market might need to rotate here. Once again, if we get up here to these highs, we repair the weak H and I high, and then we repair the weak G high. I would be looking for resistance just above, in this sort of 45-degree angle down. I'd be looking for resistance in there from the overnight. And then if it breaks through that and gets above the overnight value area high, that could lead to a breakout trade to the upside. Okay. But as long as it's in here, I'd be ready for it to pull back down towards the POC. Internals are looking bullish. That's dope to sign up. Hit me up. Ahoy at piratetraders.io. Thank you, News Blip. I appreciate you. Yeah, John, that's how it goes sometimes. If the target was 2 points, though, you got your 2 points. It's a winning trade. Okay, so we're back above value here. Okay. The market is still one time framing lower. Value is still overlapping to lower, but the internals are now trending higher and looking bullish. So that's feeling like rotation. In a rotational market, we're looking for resistance above value. Okay, well, right there, we found some. But yeah, so now we're looking for resistance above value to trade short. Okay, like I said, I would go long, below the POC for the push higher, but I wouldn't expect to get much past this overnight area here, basically above 4,200, without hitting some serious resistance and getting another rotation down. So I'm keeping an eye. Anytime we get above the value area here, I'm looking for resistance in this area. No, Jason. No. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I don't know anything about websites, so this has been a educational experience. I'll have to figure out what that is when I'm done trading today and try to fix it. Thanks for the heads up, though. Sorry, everyone. Check out the website later. Scoop. So, yeah, this is a big thing. Is when one trick that has saved me so much money is learning to recognize that when the market opens inside the previous day's range, in particular, when it opens inside the previous day's value area, it's likely to just go up and down for the first few hours of the day. And it can have a lot of volatility. Like, this is a lot of volatility in morning chop, but it's not unusual. This is perfectly normal, and was expected. If you go back and watch the first 5 minutes at the opening bell, I said the market is likely to push its way down towards the yesterday's low, and then rotate right back up because there's going to be chop. So this is a perfectly normal thing for the market to do. It did freak me out. It did start to fake me out for a few minutes here, and that's when I was saying things are starting to stack up bearish. I didn't say they were bearish, right? If you watch the bottom bar, I remained neutral because I knew unless we got below yesterday's low, the odds were we'd push right back up to the opening price. And that's what we did. So just this one thing, write it down on a piece of paper, remind yourself every day, if you're opening inside of the previous day's range, in particular inside the value area, it is very, very likely that the market is going to do what you're describing as like faking you out. It's going to do that. It's going to push lower and get everybody scared and then rotate right back up. That chop is just part of normal market behavior. So that is a big one to save you some money in the future. And there's nothing wrong with trading it. You know what I mean? But I don't. I like to just step aside and wait until I have certainty of what the market is doing. Rocky. Thank you, bro. I mentioned it on the website, but if anybody who buys like a t-shirt or anything, if you guys take a picture of yourself wearing the t-shirt and you email it to me and I want to use it either for like social media or, on the website as like one of the little pictures that shows what a person looks like in the shirt, I will give you free merch or a discount on merch or something. So if anybody's interested in sending me some pics of them rocking the swag, that'd be cool. Okay, we just pulled the POC higher here in the C period. Where do we pull it, guys? To exactly where it was yesterday. A further sign that the market needs to rotate. Of course, Donkey. I don't want you wearing anything else in the pictures. Don't be absurd. NOR trading. I don't know what that is. Yeah, just send me an email about it at ahoy@piratetraders.io, and I'll look into it later on today. Thank you for the heads up, though. Probably going to be some technical glitches. I'm not a coder, and I built the website myself, so things will go wrong, but I'll sort it out for everyone. Thank you, Captain Axelrod. Did you notice I used one of your comments as a thing at the bottom of the page, the homepage? Go check that out. You're famous, bro. Wow, somebody called Trade Brigade started watching today? That is ironic. That is the universe. But thank you, sir. we're happy to have you. Alex Doe, can we become trading higher from here? Oh, because I literally just today launched a new program called the Pirate Traders Brigade. That's why it's ironic. Just today started that. And then today you joined the chat. So take from that what you will. So can the market trade higher today? Yes, absolutely. Right? Anytime that the market is balancing, which we're not technically balancing yet, we have to get 2 ticks above. Just got a sub from Jads. Thank you, sir. Welcome. But yeah, anytime the market is rotating, which if it gets 2 ticks above the B period here, it'll officially be in rotation. And if that happens, you can break out of that rotation at any time and go higher or lower. The way that would happen, again, I've mentioned it a few times this morning, but just once again, to me, the breakout would happen above this value area high, or even maybe a little bit below it, like 41.9975. So just call it 4,200. So I think if we stay below 4,200, we'll just keep rotating. We'll keep kind of grinding around up and down through the POC. But if we can get above that level, that might bring the breakout that takes us to yesterday's high. Okay, and then we test that resistance. And if we get through that, we get to the overnight from 2 nights ago, and so on and so forth. And we just continue to monitor for continuation to the upside. But it's too early to guess that that's what the market's going to do, because the market could break out of rotation either direction. So better we just focus on the rotation for the time being. And when it breaks out, we worry about the breakout then. Another sub from Andy. Welcome, my friend. I will post the link once again in the chat, but I think the site might be down. I think too many people went and visited it at once. So can't make any promises there, but I'll post it. Ludmar, good question. No, I will not. Nothing about the way I do the live streams is going to change. If people pay for the membership, it's still going to be just like it is here. What I'm hoping, the ultimate goal is like, and this is probably going into way too much detail that you guys don't really care about, so feel free to mute your microphone for the next 5 minutes if you're not interested in hearing this. And then I'll get back to the market. But like when I first started doing these live streams, the idea was really just to give away the market profile software for free. Like that's really what it was about, because I had been wanting to learn market profile for years, but never committed to doing it because it just costs so much money to get the software and the education and stuff. And so when I finally got the education and then started using the software, I was like, man, I could live stream this and then other people could use it and it wouldn't cost them anything. And then maybe over enough time, I can monetize those live streams and then they pay for the software, right? So at least I'm getting the software for free and I'm sharing it with other people, and that's great. And that was sort of the original idea behind the pirate theme. But then as soon as I started doing the live streams, people started jumping into the chat and asking me questions. Well, what is this? What is that? Why is this happening? And somehow the live stream took on a life of its own, where it became this place where I'm like educating people, where I'm teaching people market profile every day. And that was never what it was intended to be. And so I want to try to use the private group as a way to sort of morph what the live stream is, so that it's no longer like, I don't want people just asking like, what is a poor low? What is this? What is that? And I'm just constantly like answering the same questions over and over again. I'd like to really dive in deep into market profile and trading and get a deeper understanding as a community. So the hope is I'm going to start rolling out the free educational content. It'll be available to everybody on YouTube, teaching all this stuff about market profile, so that in future people watch those videos and they learn what all the references are. And then when they come to the live stream, they're already educated and they're just observing and participating. So that's sort of the goal of taking it, adding that little $10 fee is going to kind of stop the new people who have no idea what they're doing from jumping in there and just asking me like, what is a poor high 50 times a day, And truthfully, there's not much. If you were to go to the website right now today and pay for a membership, that's really all you're getting right now is just access to those live streams. The rest of it I have to build out over time. It's early days. Okay, so the market's desperately trying to get up above that B period high so that we can get the cessation in one time framing. Internal still trending up. Okay, created a little weak C period high. Yeah, my apologies, guys, on the website crashing and crashing your computers, apparently. I'll fix it. I'll get to it. It's day one. Captain Axelrod, yes, I will be doing, private live webinars and things like that. But to be totally honest with you, I'm not really holding anything back in these live streams. There's not like some advanced trading, concepts that I'm not sharing here. I really do tell you guys every single thing I see and think during these live streams. So yeah, but definitely stuff like that in the future. No doubt about it. News blip. I hate you. Yeah, Matt, I tried the Tradovate one as well. I was not happy with it. It just didn't have enough. I didn't have enough control over it, and that's probably just because I'm spoiled because I learned using Window Trader, and so now I'm used to having all the bells and whistles. Thank you, John Doe. Appreciate it, my man. No, Rob, I've never used Ninja Trader either. Um, yeah, haven't tried that. I do eventually want to sign up for all of them and give them all a try. That's why I signed up for Tradeovate just to check it out. Um, so I will eventually cycle through and try. Sierra has another one. Um, yeah, I'm putting together a little list, and I'll give them all a check out at some point. Very cool, Rob. Quick look at the Nasdaq here. Ooh, they created a poor high for the day with the week C period high here. So this is the push away from the poor high in the Nasdaq. So you see how far does it pull back? If it only pulls back to the POC, that's pretty bullish. That it's probably going to go right back up and try to take out that poor high. Back to the ES. Yeah, Brian, I just got that email from APM like yesterday that they've got a software called, or there's a company called Quant Tower that has TPO charts. So yeah, I'm gonna check that one out too. Trading. Thank you for the sub. Seems like you've come to the right place. Welcome. Jay, yeah, correct. It's $10 a month. You can cancel at any time. And yeah, that's the fee. It should be like an automatic subscription where each month it just charges your card. Which platform is this one? This is it's called Window Trader. It's window spelled without a W at the end. So Window Trader. And the version that I use is Window Trader Lite. They also have one called Window Trader Blue. The Lite version is just slightly less bells and whistles, but it works for me. TD Ameritrade doesn't have market profile. They have something called Monkey Bars that's similar. It gives you the value area, but it doesn't have all the TPO functions. Marco, have I ever thought about trading the NQ instead of the ES? Yeah, I used to trade both. When I was a scalper, I would do both. But then I just found it was easier if I just focused only on one. And I just chose the ES because it has more liquidity and it's less erratic. It's more consistent in the way that it moves. So to me, it's just easier to read. But that's my thing. The way I trade, I don't need more opportunities. I need one opportunity a day. In one single trade, I can make way more money than I used to make making 50 trades in a day because I wait for that perfect opportunity. And then when I step in, because it's such a good risk reward trade, I can step in with size. So with just one good opportunity a day, I can make a living. I haven't, John. It's just one of those things that's kind of been in the back of my mind, but I'll look into it. It's a good idea. I'm also very close to being able to monetize YouTube as well. I have to get to 1,000 subscribers. So I'm at like 850 right now. I'm getting real close. Yeah, Marco, I mean, it's a matter of what you like more. Some people, they really like volatility. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. I don't like it when the market's just jumping all over the place super fast. You get into a trade, like you enter a trade market, and before you even have time to put your stop loss in, the market's already run away from you. Like, for me, that's more stressful. And that's what I feel like happens in the NQ. It hasn't been happening as much lately, but traditionally the NQ is way more volatile. So, yeah, but if you like that volatility, some people love it, then, make the NQ your focus. Captain Axelrod, that would be awesome. Yeah, if any of you guys out there know how to do this technical stuff better than me and you want to come on board and help out, please do. Just reach out through ahoy@piratrators.io, and I'd be happy. If you've got, website skills, coding skills, if you've got marketing skills, if you've got social media chops, if you've got whatever, reach out. If we create a symbiotic relationship and it works out and things are good, I'd be happy to share liquidity in the company. Bring on some early partners, so to speak. So please feel free to reach out. Adam, your question makes me giggle. How did I scalp when I did on the NQ? Because obviously the reason I don't do it anymore was because it wasn't effective. I was actually profitable at it, but it just would drive me insane. I would just, at the end of every day, I'd be exhausted. And I'd wake up in the morning and I'd dread trading. I'd be like, oh no, I got to go trade. Because it was just so stressful. So yeah, I don't have any, I would not recommend scalping to people just from my own experiences. Okay, that poor high we had in the NQ is repaired. The NQ is it also had sort of, the downslope here in the overnight trade. So it's kind of grinding up into that. But if the NQ can get above the overnight high, which is at 13,730, that could be a breakout. That could be a pretty good move. So let's see what happens there. ES still struggling to just repair this weak C period high. So lack of leadership in the ES today. Nobody's certain which way it's going to go. John Doe? Yeah, that point system sounds dope. I'll have to look into that. Okay, so that weak reference is repaired here by the printing of the D period. That is also the cessation of one time framing, increasing the odds that the market needs to go rotational. But we have the POC all the way up here at the higher end of value, so I expect the push higher to come. And I'm just looking for resistance that would lead to the rotation back down to the POC. Bob, yeah, if you wanted to subscribe, you just go to the home page. And then you see this little button that says join today. You just click on that. And then you just click the sign up now button. It'll put it in your cart. And you pay right there. Bada bing, bada boom. If you live in Washington, you got to pay tax because I'm registered in Washington. Trading Donkey, yeah, it's a corporation. Incorporated. Scoop? No, not at all. First off, feel free to ask all your questions. I wasn't complaining about it. I'm sorry if I gave the wrong impression. I'm just talking about I don't want to do that for the rest of my life. But yeah, no, feel free to ask all the questions you may have, no matter how simple they may be. So no, of course I trade rotational days. I just have a system for trading them, which is first I wait until the market has guaranteed me it's rotational by getting 2 ticks above. So in this case, we were one time framing down. The A period high was above the B period high, and the A period low was above the B period low. So we were one time framing down. So I was waiting until we got the end of that, the cessation of that one time framing, which we got here in the D period. That's the signal that tells me the market is probably going to be rotational. So now that I've got that signal, I can start looking for trades. Okay. The way I look for trades on rotational days like this, I short above the value area. So like literally right now where it is, I'm looking for a short, right? I don't just put my short right above the value. I wait till the market pushes up and then finds resistance, and I short it after it finds the resistance. Okay. But I look to short above value, and then when the market gets back to the POC, this green line right here, I take profits right there. Then when the market pushes down below value over here, below the blue shaded inbox, I then buy and hold for the rotation back to the POC. Okay, so sell above value, take profits at the POC, buy below value, take profits at the POC. And I don't enter those positions until I've seen the resistance and it started pushing back down again. So once again, guys, for me, the resistance I'm potentially expecting is going to be somewhere between the POC of the overnight here and that 4,200 number up here. I think this is where we're going to start to do some battle. Raj, no, I don't. But I think all these things that are on my internals now are free on Shadow Trader's website. Yeah, these 3 things that I use on the internals, they're free. You can just go to shadowtrader.com or shadowtrader.net and find them there. Yep, Trading Donkey. So this was one of those examples where that idea worked in my favor. For those of you that are familiar with what we're talking about here, the way I used to look at one time framing was the moment the market started one time framing. So here in the B period, it did it when we got these 2 ticks below the A low, that I would immediately become bearish because I'd just seen so many times the market starts one time framing and it just keeps going for hours and hours. It just keeps moving in that direction. So I created this bias in my mind that like the minute we start one time framing, I should be positioned to go with the one time framing. But then I've noticed over the last month or so, we keep getting these crazy fake outs where the market one time frames to the B period and then it literally just rotates and goes the other way the rest of the day. So I changed about a week ago or a little more. I changed the way I look at one time framing in the first two time frames, which is that I still notice it. I still took it into account, right? When it was happening, I said, well, that's kind of bearish, but I certainly wasn't allowing myself to become biased to it. And in the case of today, that ended up being an excellent decision, right? Because we rotated right back up. So, so far, I still feel like discounting the first hour or so of the day might be the better way to look at it. Okay, so there's the resistance. We're pushing back down into value. Pushing into value increases the odds of the rotation to the POC, which we just got as I was saying it very quickly. Breadth looks good and strong, but that's always the last one to react to a change in the market. The ticks on the NYSE definitely look like rotational, as does the advancers versus decliners. On rotational days, when the market rotates up above value, pulls back down and gets to the POC, from there, it can go either direction. It can turn around and go back up again, or it can go low. And it often does both. So once you get back to the POC, it's ground zero once again, and you're waiting for the market to pick its direction and looking for your trades. That's why I never do business. I never start new business at the POC. So I would never go long at the POC. D period pushed up, pulled back down to the POC. I wouldn't go long there, assuming another push up. I would instead let the market push up and then go short, assuming the rotation back. Miles, yes, absolutely. Being able to recognize support and resistance comes with time, but you'll never get it every time. That's just part of like the cost of doing business to be a trader. You have to accept that you're going to be wrong all the time. And it's totally fine as long as you don't lose money, right? As long as you have a trading system that stops you from losing too much money when you're wrong, then it's fine. You can be wrong over and over again. No, Brian, I don't pay attention at all to like when the next time period is going to print or whatever. I don't think about that. I'm literally all I'm thinking about when the market is rotational is it above value? If it's not, I just let it do its thing. I'm not taking any trades inside the value area because it'll bounce all around in here. It'll just go up and down and up and down, drive me crazy. So I just sit and patiently wait till it gets above the value area, and then I start watching, and I'm looking for resistance. If it's pushing and it can't get any higher, I short it. Boom. Simple as that. News blip. I know you're joking, right? You son of a gun. That's all right, Captain Axelrod, right? As long as you know what you're doing, right? If you saw it forming a poor high and you thought to yourself, that poor high is not going to be resistance, we're going to break through it. And then you saw that there was I forget what the weak reference was that was up here, but there was another weak reference that needed repair up here. So you saw that we were about to break out of the poor high. You knew we were going to get a couple ticks of excess. And then you saw that weak reference was just above. It's a little magnet that pulls on price. There's nothing wrong with jumping in that trade as long as you know that's the trade you're getting into. So you keep your stop nice and tight in case you do get resistance on that poor high and it pulls back down. Nothing wrong with that trade. It's just not one I would take. Scoop. I love it, dude. Asif, you sweet little so-and-so you. Thank you for saying so. Asif has been here since the beginning. It's a great question, Rob. That's one of the things I'm still trying to figure out. I'm trying to iron out. With it, the plugin that I use for the subscriptions should, it's like if you paid through Square, if you used your credit card through Square, it should automatically charge it every month. But if you did it through PayPal, it doesn't allow that. So it's like you would have to, it'll send you like an email being like, do you want to subscribe for another month? And then you just have to say yes. I'm not exactly sure though. We'll find out at the end of the month. You guys have now figured out how I do things. I just built it and then we're going to see what happens. We're going to find out together. Welcome, Ben Penn. We're happy to have you. Raj, yeah, I'm going to keep live streaming. I'm going to do the first hour every day. So from 6:30 to 7:30 West Coast time, 9:30, 10:30 East Coast time. I'll be doing the live stream as normal every day, always for free. It's just after that first hour, if you want to stay with it for the rest of the day, you'll have to have the subscription. But even that, I will still occasionally do full days where I trade with everyone. Um, but yeah, always be here for that first hour. Well, Ben, the market profile is just a tool to help you understand what's happening with the market. It doesn't give any trade signals in that sort of way. It's like candlesticks. So asking how can it help with options is kind of like asking how could candlesticks help with options. Well, you look at them, and then you get an idea of what the market is doing. The market profile just gives you, it's like a little bit better at giving you a more clear idea of what the market is doing, particularly intraday, like minute by minute, just because it shows the same data as the candlesticks, but it shows it three-dimensionally. So you get to see the time that the market spends at a certain level based on the number of TPOs that go across, right? The number of these letters. You get to see how much volume traded at that particular level. And you get to see where the price moved throughout the day. By looking at it stretched out, the profile stretched out like this, you can watch how the price moved up and down throughout the day. So those three things just give you a little bit more in-depth of a look at the market than you get from just looking at regular candlesticks. This market is rotational. It's just stuck. Stuck right in between the POC from Monday and the POC from Tuesday. Okay, we've got kind of some trends on the lows here, the ticks. The Nasdaq is trending higher on the ticks, and the ES is kind of flat at the bottom. So the tick that breaks that, which looks like it's about to happen right now, the tick that breaks that trend could lead to the pullback, right, to the rotation down. It's happening. All right, Trade Brigade. Thanks a lot, brother. We'll see you soon. Scoop, good luck watching the reruns. That will be the most unexciting entertainment you've ever watched in your life. But go for it. Rob, if you pay for the membership, and then you go to the home page and you just click on the little button in the top right that says Brigade members only. On that page, you'll find the link for the Discord. So after you pay for the subscription, you just click on the My Account up here in the top left, and you just log in. And then you click on the Brigade members only right here. And then you just click this, join the Discord button, and that will take you to the Discord. Yeah, I mean, the Discord is available only to members, but once you sign up for, like, if you pay for 1 month for the $10 membership for 1 month, you've got the Discord for life. Like, you only have to pay for it once. Amcosel. Cost of doing business. Cine Matt, did I miss a donation from you earlier? Sorry about that. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Yep. So this is what happens, unfortunately, when the market has no leadership, right? When nobody has any certainty about where it's going to go, less people take bets, pushing the market less. So, yep, we're kind of stuck in this rotational area here. And the market's just going to have to slowly grind its way until it breaks out of this balance. Once again, same MO as the rest of the day. Looking for it to get above value, find resistance and rotate back to the POC. Looking for it to get below value, find resistance, and rotate back to the POC. Well, Rocky, the good news is literally nothing's happened for the last 15 minutes, so you're good. John, yep, that seems like that's what they want to do. They had their chance to pull back here in the D period, again in the E period. They barely got below that POC, and now they're making another push higher. So I think they want to take prices higher. Once again, let's see what happens once they repair this weak G period high. Do we meet more resistance for the rotation back down, or do we continue higher? As I've been saying, if we get above 4,200, that to me could lead to the breakout. Until that, I expect more rotation. Thanks for the sub, Gerard. Welcome to the community. Raj. Obviously not. If it's a handsome hunk, it's def not me. But yes, that's me. Okay, the internals and stuff are starting to feel like the market is setting itself up for a breakout to the upside. So as the market, as I said, as the market comes up here to repair this weak G period high that we left behind yesterday, I'll be waiting until I see the resistance before trying to short it, just in case it leads to a breakout. I would trust the breakout above 4,200. Yeah, Joshua. I don't know that that would be a financially smart move on my part. The one free T-shirt would cost me like 2 months of your membership fees. But I'll hook you up with a discount. Right now, all members of the brigade get a 10% discount on merch that they buy. So I'll give you that. Bob, it does not come with a pirate cruise, although that is a great idea for an outing for the group sometime. Plan a little trip. We all get on an old tall ship and go across the Atlantic together, or maybe something shorter. But yeah, I'm down like Charlie Brown. Josue, yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Just take all the profits I make and instantly start trading with them. But that's probably not a great business strategy. So I think I'll keep my trading money and the business money separate. Like I said, I'm really going to take all the money, like every penny of profits that I get from the merch sales and from the memberships. I'm going to just spend it on creating content for YouTube. It's going to go towards paying for licensing of music and sound effects and graphics and, all those type of things. The only money that I'm really going to pocket myself is the money from coaching. And that money I'm going to take and trade. You know me. All right, so we're getting that push here. Heading up to try to repair this weak G period high. Just really lackluster. Nothing seems to get this market excited this morning. We are slowly pulling the value area higher. That's a little bit bullish. We've also pulled the value area inside of yesterday's value. Earlier today, it was overlapping to lower. Overlapping to lower is a sign that the market might move sideways or down. So being inside yesterday's range just means it's more likely to continue sideways. So that's good. Takes a little bit of the bearishness out. Okay, we've created a poor high here in the E period with the weak E period high here. So we can use this as a judge for how strong this push is. If we get a push away from the poor high that pulls like all the way back down towards the POC, that's sort of neutral. But if we don't pull back and we just instantly push through, that's bullish. Yeah, Michael, why didn't I? It seems so obvious, doesn't it? I totally missed that one. You are such a contrarian, John. Literally, the last thing I said was like, market's setting itself up like it might want to break out here. So I'm just keeping an eye on that. And you're like, market should go down. I will say, us not being able to get back above this poor high decreases the odds we're going to break out once we do. But I definitely think they want to repair that weak G period. Okay, the high is now poorer. Yeah, Mediterra. I love that idea. Vegas, or like I said, just plan a cruise, find like a super cheap, like, 5-day cruise that's happening somewhere, and just all of us go at once. That would be dope. Now that COVID's officially over. Radhams, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the community. Yeah, guys, this lackluster push through the poor high, coming within one tick of repairing a weak reference and not repairing it, is just a sign that there is a lot of resistance sitting in this overnight here. We got the node of volume right here. That's what we're fighting with. Okay, so we're going to have to get above all this. Just pretend these two at the 41.99 level, pretend these are dark blue as well. We got to get above this node before we're going to break out. Otherwise, expect rotation back to the POC. Yeah, Malcolm, I agree. I think that's what's going on here. There's just a lack of leadership in the market. It's just short-term traders, making guesses and kind of pushing the price around, but there's no real push either way. There's no momentum behind anything. Jeff, do you find that the summers are slower than the rest of the year or less volatile? There you go. Now you get why I'm asking, because I've seen summers be crazy. All Trump has to do is say, China did something I don't like, and chaos. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see a summer under a Biden administration. Oh, man. Sub 10 handle ranges? Those would be tough days to live stream. There would not be much to talk about. So, of course, this F period high here is weak because it came right to the weak reference from yesterday, and it's one tick away from that prominent POC from the overnight. So that makes this a poor high as well. Well, there you go, Jeff. I mean, that's something somebody asked me earlier. Why do I choose ES over NASDAQ? I'd be willing to bet if for a month straight we had just mostly really slow, grindy days, that would make me want to switch to the NQ. So never say never. But by NAS, I assume you mean natural gas. There you go. BTC as well. There's always something to trade, right? There's always going to be volatility in something. It's just I'm creating my edge in like mastering the ES. So if you told me 3 months out of the year the ES was going to be boring, that would be a very disappointing piece of information for me. That's right. Design knob. That perfect analogy. On the NQ, the deer have the guns. They also have guns. Good call. Yeah, I use Streamlabs is the streaming software I use. Am is asking if anybody has any references from Dalton about the seasonality and ranges. I don't remember him ever talking about that to me. Um, but if anybody else does, feel free to share. Very cool, Jeff. Thank you for sharing all that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've felt that way too since the beginning of COVID. Like the markets just, they don't do the things they normally do. They're just behaving in a strange manner. And yeah, of course, it's just because of the Fed and the way that skews the confidence of investors. We all got to adapt or die, so they say. I've talked about this before on this channel too. I have this idea that in the future, as more of the like low income jobs start to disappear as well, when people can't work in restaurants anymore or drive trucks or, all those type of jobs, a lot of the service industry jobs are going to go away. A lot of the manufacturing jobs, just because robots, um, that as more and more of those type of jobs disappear, the economy is going to shift online, right? And people are going to be looking for ways to make money online. Some people will sell stuff on Etsy. Some people will become programmers, web designers, graphic designers. Some people will learn this or that. But I think a lot of people are going to try to get into trading. I'm sure most of them, to their unfortunate loss of capital, but I do think a lot of people over the next 20 years are at least going to give trading a try as a potential thing. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects markets. Thinking more long term, will markets ever trade like they did in the 90s again? Who knows? So, yep, if we want to do this, we got to be ready to adapt. Okay, so once again, the market seems primed to break out, but we've got all this resistance that we got to get through here from the overnight first. Yeah, I don't know if I'd go as far as to call it bullish. I am seeing the potential for a breakout, but that doesn't mean I'm seeing a breakout. I get bullish when I see the breakout is happening. Right now, I just see the potential for the breakout, but I'm still under the assumption of rotation, right? So I'm thinking we repair this weak G period high. Got to get 2 ticks above it. Okay, so that gets us up to about 41.98. Then we get all this resistance. And so the question becomes, can we get above it? If we can't, more rotation, right? You get the rotation back to the POC, but we're trying to break out. So yeah, not quite bullish yet, but very close. The ticks look good. All the internals look good. So the potential is there for a breakout, but that doesn't mean it has to happen. For those playing the home game, this is the third poor high we've created in a row. Created one in the E period, created one in the F period, and now added to it in the G period. It's getting poorer. Thank you, Rackords, for the sub. Welcome to the community. At least that notification woke me up. Hey, Chris, welcome to the channel. Yeah, I've done some courses with Jim Dalton. What's your question? Before you ask, I'm going to guess your question is which courses with Jim Dalton do I suggest? And my advice is he does one called a primer, which only costs like a couple $100, and it's just like a week. I think it's maybe 2-week long course. That one's a great value. You learn everything he teaches in 2 weeks, and it only costs a couple $100. So I highly recommend that one. All right, the poor high is repaired. Doing some battle at these levels. Okay, once again with the ticks, we can see that we got this sort of trend higher lows happening here. They faked us out earlier this morning on the NYSE with that pullback. It was just a wick. But once again, if you get that big red bodied candle, the wicks don't count, but the big red bodied candle that pulls lower, that would be the pullback that would lead to the rotation to the POC. Otherwise, if we continue to maintain this trend higher in the internals, I expect we will get above that 4,200 number and then break out to the upside, which to me would target first the overnight high and then yesterday's high. Yeah. So the E period was a poor high because it came one tick from the D period high. So that made that poor. Then when the F period pushed itself up to repair that poor high, it stopped right at the weak G period high that we left behind from yesterday and one tick from the prominent overnight POC right here. So that made that a poor high, the F period high. And then the pullback in the G period took another stab at it and stopped once again right at that same level. So that made that a poor high, right? What do we know when we start seeing these poor references stack up one after another? We know that it's short-term traders who are doing the trading. Oh no, Am, I had my mic on? I hope I didn't say anything bad. POC will get pulled up soon. Okay, first off, bro, relax with the caps, okay? It feels like you're yelling at me. Okay, stop yelling. Yeah, it definitely does feel like that POC will get pulled up here soon. But we just looking really quickly at the numbers, it seems like there's 5 across here, and there's only been 4 across here. So we will need to print one more TPO to do that. Oh, we're gonna do that in a minute. So yeah, once we print the next TPO, probably gonna pull the POC up here. Just a big nothing burger day. uh, John and Chris, welcome to the stream. Thank you guys for the subs. Smash that like button. Let's break that 100 number. Yeah, you're goddamn right, Richard. I'm just kidding, by the way. Please feel free to use caps. Okay, we're going to start having a lot more weak references build up when this range gets so tight. So I wouldn't put too much weight on them, but I'm just marking them. Poor high number 4. Ding, ding, ding. Every single time period since the E period has created a poor high. It's short-term traders that are selling this market, and they can get squeezed. All right, well, we're finally breaking out a little bit. Can we get above that magic 4,200 number? Internals still looking bullish. NQ looks a lot healthier than the ES. Look how much closer the 20 moving average is. So once again, guys, I wouldn't be trading this short until I saw a solid resistance up here. Then I'd be looking for the rotation back. But if we can get above that 4,200, I think that brings in some momentum buyers. And we get the breakout. Okay, they didn't get the breakout. Now we're getting those ticks. That big body red tick is stepping in here, which could be the rotation back to the POC. First week reference below repaired. Second week reference below repaired. And down we go. Next stop, POC. You know me. Actually, they didn't repair the H low. That's still weak because it's one tick from the F. Jory, thank you for the sub, brother. Welcome. Yeah, Daniel. They'll just be private streams. You'll need the link to be able to see them. Design nub, she crapped the bed. Well, she didn't really crap the bed. You know, she did what she do on rotational days. She got above value, found some resistance, and now she's rotating. She's certainly not giving us any easy plays, though. She's making us work for it today. Scoop, no, this is not one time framing because the H period high is also above the G period high. So this is just engulfing the previous period, which is a sign of rotation, right? Uncertainty in the market. You could technically say the F period was one time framing higher and the G period was one time framing higher, but I don't really look at one time framing once the day goes rotational. So once we were one time framing in the A period, the A, B, and C period, but then in the D period when we got the cessation, I'm no longer looking at one time framing. I'm done looking at that, and I'm now focused on rotation. Boy, I am definitely going to murder this name. But hello to Shaibush Shalini? Shalini? Shaibush Shalini? Apologies if I destroyed your name, but welcome. Good to see you. Shibu Shalini. Shibu Shalini. If you stick around, Shibu Shalini, I will probably say that wrong a million times in the future, but just know that I love you and I'm glad you're here. I was looking away, so I didn't see when it happened, but we just pulled the POC higher, which is bullish, not necessarily for the moment, but moving forward, right? We're pulling that fairest price to do business higher. We've now got it back in line with where it was on Monday. So slowly but surely, the market is gaining confidence that it's ready to move higher. But it doesn't seem like it wants to do it right now. The market remains rotational. Philip, did you post a joke and then pull it down before I could respond? That was solid. He made the joke that he wants a private stream without singing. Never going to happen, bro. Even if you pay money, you still got to listen to me sing. Okay, so obviously that I period low is weak because it's the same as the G period low, but I'm not going to keep marking them just because we're stuck in such a tight range. We'll keep printing weak references above and below. Also, just to give you guys a heads up, I am cutting off the stream early today, not because of the private service, just I have an appointment at 11, so I'll be on for another 15 minutes. Hit me with your questions now, or you're going to have to wait for tomorrow. Yeah, singing is 100% included with your subscription. It's pretty much the only thing you're guaranteed. My directional bias for today is sideways. I expect rotation. Nope, there is no educational content right now available if you were to sign up for the brigade. That's just one of those things I got to build in the future. But, all the stuff you need to learn the profile will be available for free on YouTube. I just got to get around to making it. I haven't done it yet. Pug Pack, I must have missed that. What blackout are you referencing? Yeah, Rob, of all days for me to have to bounce early, today is a perfect one. Great question, Philip. What would the personal coaching look like? So if you go on the site, you sign up for the brigade, you go to that coaching page. Down at the bottom, you can see there's like 3 different buttons you can click on. One is for like a, let me just pull it up. Why am I getting hypothetical? So you pay for the membership, you sign into your account, you get to this page. Welcome to the brigade. The coaching tab, I'm interested. So down here at the bottom, you'll find the private coaching with Charles. So these are the 3 options that you have available to you. The first time we ever talk to one another, I'm going to give away a free 15-minute session. So you can essentially, you click on this, it'll let you pick like a day and time when I'm available. You schedule it, and then we do either like a phone call or a video chat. I'll just reach out to you by email beforehand to figure out how you want to touch base. But then we do just like a quick 10 to 15 minute call. I'm just going to ask you about yourself, your trading, all of those sorts of things. If I don't feel like I can really help you, if I feel like you're past me, like you're beyond my realm of understanding and knowledge to help you develop, I'll just let you know. I'm not going to like try to get you to hire me if I can't help you. And same thing if you're too new, if somebody comes in and they're like, I don't know anything, like I don't really want to work with people like that. There's a lot of learning you need to just do on your own. So I'm going to be looking for the people who are kind of in that sweet spot, who are like almost profitable, but they just can't quite get there. Or they have runs of profitability where they'll do really well for a couple weeks and then they'll just lose everything at once. I do think there's a lot I could do to help those people just because I've been doing it for free in the direct messages for the last few months, and getting lots of great feedback from it. So that's free for that first 15-minute consultation. If at the end of that 15 minutes, I feel like I can help you, you can sign up for the 30-minute or the 1-hour coaching session. And that's, again, a 30-minute phone call or video chat, or a 1-hour phone call or video chat, where we can do, have an in-depth conversation where I can ask you a bunch of questions and really get to understand psychologically why you make the decisions you do and what exercises and routines we might be able to create to help you overcome those. But no matter what, anybody who's a member of the brigade gets access to the Discord, and you can always reach out to me through that. So you can just anytime, anyone, if you've got a question about something and you just want my advice, hit me in the Discord. I can't promise I'll always respond right away, but I will get back to you and I will offer free advice forever in that Discord. It's not something that I particularly plan to get into, coaching. It never really crossed my mind. But we pulled back a little bit and pulled the POC back down a hair. Yep, a little bit below where it was on Monday. Okay, so the market is just, you guys understand conceptually what's happening here, right? The market is just balancing off this excess. It just needs to spend time rotating. Totally normal behavior. But yeah, I never set out to get into coaching, but it's funny how these things, I never got set out to make educational stuff either. If you go back and watch the early live streams I was doing for this channel, people were asking me for educational content. And I was like, no, don't listen to me. Listen to Jim Dalton, like go to him. But just through experience, I'm finding a lot of people are reaching out. And sometimes all they really need is just somebody to tell them what they already know, but they just need to hear it from somebody else. So I'm offering that as a service. Win a trip to Charles's house for 2 weeks. No, thank you. Oh, PugPack. No, I missed that. Did you tell me a way to stop the market from going blank for those first few seconds while the data loads in the morning? Please share again. I'd be happy to hear that. It's also, I don't know if you guys have noticed, it's gotten worse the last week ever since I added Bitcoin, because I have a bunch of back data for Bitcoin, so it takes forever to load all that. Scoop, no, the top of the eye is not a poor high. A poor high can only happen at the high of the day. The highest that we've made in this range, that's a high. This is not a poor high. This is a good high. Good excess. Not amazing in the number of contracts, but reasonable taper. Even the I period high is not weak either. It's good placement. It's at least 2 ticks away from the other references. Design knob. Does that happen when I leave early? The markets go crazy? You're welcome, I guess. It's been a boring day. Okay, so as the market's pulling its way down to the 20 moving average on both indices, I would expect that to be support. Scoop and Timothy, thank you guys for the subs. Welcome to the community. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to call it here. Got to get going. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you guys for all the kind words and all the support today. I will be back tomorrow morning to do the first hour of trade. I look forward to seeing you all then. Thanks a lot. Have a great rest of your day. Ooh, 100 likes right before the end. Beautiful.